All right, good morning, Piedmont Triad. Thanks for tuning in on WFMY Plus. Meteorologist Christian Morgan with you, of course, in anticipation of our winter weather on the way this afternoon and in this evening. Already here to break it down for you for the next couple of minutes to talk about what we're seeing right now, what we can expect, and how to plan for the next 24 hours or so. I want to let you know, News 2 weather impact alerts go into effect at noon today. That goes into effect until 9 o'clock on Saturday morning. Reason for that is we are expecting accumulating snow and sleet, and it will make for slick travel across the Piedmont from this evening on into Saturday morning as well. I'm not expecting this to be the quote big one that a lot of North Carolina snow lovers have been looking for the last several years. It is going to be big in the way that it impacts our travel and disrupts that and disrupts evening plans for today and likely into Saturday morning as well. So let's break it down for you. Of course, I want to start with a pretty scene this morning out over Wake Forest at the football stadium there. Just an absolutely gorgeous sunrise and really a nice sunrise all across the Piedmont. That's sort of the precursor to what's to come this evening. Why? Well, the clouds rolling in ahead of our system are what created that really nice sunset across the area this morning. So consider yourself lucky if you saw it. Here's what it looks like midday out across the Piedmont. You're taking a live look at High Point just around 11 o'clock, 29 degrees still out the door. So temperatures have not moved very much. And that cold weather that's here now, that's been here the last couple of days, has really been laying the groundwork ahead of our system that's on the way this evening. Ground temperatures now are dipping into the low and mid 30s. So anything that falls today is going to stick to the ground almost immediately. So that cold weather has really been locked in. And if you want to get a good snow setup, or at least a good winter setup around here, you've probably heard us say it time and time again, the cold air has to be here first before the moisture arrives. And that really is the setup once again this time. Here's the plan as we work our way through the middle of your Friday. Absolutely no issues, no concern as far as the weather goes. Use that as your prep time. Again, brush up on how schools are dismissing early, how your workplace may be dismissing early. I know folks are going to be sort of running around doing errands, going from here to there for the afternoon. But I would say really, after lunchtime, once that weather alert is in effect, you really want to be paying extra attention. And think about 2 o'clock as your, quote, be ready time. Snow could start falling as early as 2. I really think it arrives a little bit later, 2 to 5, as we work our way through the afternoon. And of course, as it starts to fall, it really could make for a very messy evening commute, and the roads will get slick quite quickly as well. That snow, sleet will continue overnight into very early Saturday morning. I really think by 5 and 6 o'clock, we're done with this and it's moving out, shutting down. For us, the weather will clear, of course, by the afternoon. We have sunshine, but slick roads, travel will still be an issue through midday on Saturday. By the afternoon, most of those major roadways should improve, but side streets won't even really be touched by them. So where's our system right now? Let's take a look across the deep south. Really been dropping a lot of snow in places like Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, even into South Carolina now, and of course out over Tennessee as well. Just look at some of these snow reports from this morning. These are all over the last 6 hours. They really don't account for when our system started up yesterday, but just look at all of these accumulating snow reports. And go down to the city of Atlanta. Over 3 inches of snow recorded in Atlanta around 9 o'clock this morning. That was actually the Emergency Operations Center there in Atlanta. And at that point, it was transitioning into some sleet. I think we're going to see that as well. And again, sleet sort of ruins everything. It really packs that snow down that used to be a nice white fluffy snow. Take a look where it's snowing in North Carolina now. Of course, this is no stranger to these folks up in Boone. It snowed over the last couple of weeks a couple of different times, and once again it is snowing there right along King Street in downtown Boone. Really the only place in North Carolina that's getting snow right now. The radar actually is fooling you a little bit, so there's a very high likelihood that later on this afternoon you may be looking at the radar and right over your house it may actually be showing snow. but it might not actually be snowing at your house. We have very dry air in place. Dew points are down in the teens and single digits this morning. So as that snow falls, it actually moistens up our atmosphere, and that allows that snow eventually to reach down to the ground, which I think happens in the middle of the afternoon. So this snow right here near Charlotte over to Lexington up into the western part of the Triad is not reaching the ground right now. Still takes a couple of hours before it does that. As we move into the afternoon, again, that 2 to 5 p.m. time range, we are going to start to see that snow starting to fall across the Piedmont. And we actually have several hours of it most likely for our area. And again, I think it's a little bit patchy at first. There may be a few bands of that heavy snow, but it does continue as we work our way through the evening. Late tonight, and as we move into the overnight hours, one of the big questions we have is where that sleet line is going to come. There's warm air moving in from the south, and it will turn a lot of this snow into nasty sleet as we go into late tonight. Areas south of 85 obviously are going to have the best option, the best opportunity to get some of that sleet mixing in, but I do think it could come as far north as the immediate Triad and drop some sleet over our freshly fallen snow. And once that sleet starts, it's really going to pack that snow down and kind of ruins the quote fun, if you will. So if you want to play in the snow, if you want to get out and enjoy it, I would say do that after dinner tonight up until it gets dark. After that, that sleet will start to mix in and kind of crash the party, if you will. Again, it continues overnight, snow mixed with sleet, at least through early morning up until about sunrise. Then our system is likely shutting down and moving out as the sunshine comes back. Mountain snow showers, of course, will continue heading into our Saturday. All right, so how much can you get for your neighborhood or your city? Well, I can't plot every single city on here or you'd never see the snow map. So just kind of pick out where you are, a big city that you're close to, whether that's Asheboro, Greensboro, Winston-Salem, High Point, Lexington, you get the story. Around the immediate Triad, I'm still thinking about 2 to 3 inches of snow is going to be possible. More to the north and more to the north and west, up over the foothills and up into the mountains, of course. If you go south of the Triad, those totals are likely going to be a little bit lower. You head down to places like Pleasant Garden, Asheboro, Ramseur. I think those folks are mainly on the order of about 1 to 2 inches. If snow falls fast enough and early enough, maybe upwards of 2. If it takes a little while to start going, maybe closer to 1 inch. And again, these areas south of 85 have the better opportunity for that sleet mixing in. South of Asheboro, you move down to Montgomery County, down into the Sandhills. Those folks looking at more like a trace to maybe up to 1 inch of snow. Don't think this is going to be a big icing system for us. However, with that sleet mixing in and the potential for a little bit of freezing rain, I still wouldn't rule out a glaze of ice by early Saturday morning, maybe up to 1/10 of an inch. Again, a better opportunity for that south of 85. You go a little further south than that, again, Montgomery County and down into the Sandhills as well, those folks are going to have a better opportunity for more icing and some freezing rain by early tomorrow morning that could actually stack up and cause a little bit of issue. So something that we'll watch as we go into tonight and into tomorrow. Quick timeline for you to plan the next 24 hours by. We've just been talking about the snow start time. Again, generally between about 2 and 5 p.m. I think the further east that you are in our viewing area, the later in that timing window that the snow is going to start for you. Again, once it does, it's going to be here for the rest of the evening, and it will make for difficult and slick travel very quickly. Again, road temperatures are in the mid-30s. It's been cold for a while, so anything that falls is going to stick almost immediately on contact. That'll continue as we go into tonight and into Saturday morning. So I would say by the middle of the afternoon, again, thinking about 2 o'clock as your be ready time, I would say be where you're going to be for the rest of the evening and into Saturday morning, because once this gets going, you are not going to want to be on the roads. Travel definitely will be a big problem. Again, not a big snowstorm, but big in the way that it's going to impact travel and disrupt operations for the evening and into tomorrow morning. Again, sunshine starts to come out tomorrow as our system moves out of the way, but again, side streets, neighborhoods, areas that are still shaded are really going to have a problem melting this stuff away. Tip for you, if you're trying to clear your driveway, trying to clear walkways, I would suggest doing that Saturday afternoon while the sun's up. It's easier to move when it's fresh. You don't want it to melt and then refreeze. It gets really, really hard to move. There are actually folks up in the northern part of the Piedmont and Northwest that got snow on Sunday that still have an icy glaze in their yard and around their driveway and walkways. It's just really hard to melt, hard to get it out of the way after it refreezes. And temperatures stay below freezing for the next several mornings. So there's your quick timeline. Once we get into Sunday, our weather has returned to pretty much normal winter. Dry, there's sunshine, it's cold, but again, some of those slick spots will still remain. All right, so to recap, a couple of main points here. That snow develops in the afternoon. It sticks to roads immediately. Can't stress that enough. It really starts to stack up travel problems fast. And this is moving in right during the heart of the evening commute. So this is why we're telling you to sort of get out of the way, be home, go out from work earlier and be home and be ready for this. Again, snow mixes with sleet late tonight through early Saturday morning. Again, a general 2 to 3 inches for most of us, a little more to the north, a little less to the south, and bad travel is pretty much a guaranteed from tonight through early tomorrow morning with a light icy glaze that's possible. We'll be keeping you posted all afternoon and through the storm as it arrives, as it leaves, and travel conditions that remain beyond our storm as well. 7-day forecast actually is pretty nice once we get past our Saturday. Our sunshine is back for several days. We'll actually climb into the mid-40s, climate above 40 for the first time in about a week. Really kind of feel like a heat wave on Monday. After that, we do start to cool it back down again. High temperatures in the 30s by the middle of the next week, but notice those morning low temperatures. We still don't come above freezing in the overnight period for over the next week. So anything that's left on the roads, anything that's still wet over the next week will be refreezing each night and into the early morning hours. Our weather, though, is going to be pretty quiet. Sunshine sticks around, but typical winter with cold weather hangs around for a while.
are continue to prepare for winter weather in the western part of the state that will come east. North Carolinians in the southwestern mountains are already beginning to feel the effects of today's storm. Yesterday, I declared a state of emergency across North Carolina. As a result, we have activated a cross-agency storm response that includes the Department of Transportation, the Department of Public Safety, the North Carolina National Guard, and our partners in snow and debris removal and infrastructure restoration. Momentarily, you will hear from Director Ray about the winter storm and our emergency response operations, and from Secretary Hopkins about NCDOT's work to keep our roads as safe as possible. As Director Ray will outline, the winter storm will likely hit much of our state. At this time, our greatest concern is road safety. Precipitation and freezing temperatures tomorrow afternoon, tonight will make a mess of the roads on Saturday morning. The thawing and refreezing of precipitation leads to ice, so that everyone needs to be careful on our roads. Please avoid traveling unless it is absolutely necessary. This morning, in addition to Director Ray and Secretary Hopkins, I'm also joined by the Secretary of Department of Public Safety, Eddie Buffalo, the Adjutant General of the North Carolina National Guard, Major General Todd Hunt, and Commander of the North Carolina State Highway Patrol, Colonel Freddie Johnson. Our American Sign Language interpreters are David Payne and Karen Magoon. And behind the scenes, our Spanish language interpreters are Yasmin Metavier and Tamara Cabrera. At this time, I will ask Director Ray for his update. Director Ray.
Thank you, Governor, and good morning. Snowfall will begin in western North Carolina over the next few hours and will continue to move eastward through this afternoon and evening. There's a chance for a wintry mix of snow, sleet, and freezing rain across the Piedmont and into the coastal plain. We continue to monitor the system's track and timing, as it will be key in determining how far inland mixed precipitation and rain will extend. Forecasted impacts from north to south may vary depending on this track of the storm. A winter storm warning is in effect for the mountains in Piedmont and portions of the coastal plain, and a winter weather advisory is in effect for much of eastern North Carolina. Most of the state is forecast to receive some combination of snow, ice, and freezing rain. The greatest accumulations of snow are expected in the mountains, the foothills, and Piedmont counties north of I-85. Areas along and south of I-85 have the greatest chance of seeing mixed precipitation. As the governor said, hazardous travel conditions are expected today and may continue into Saturday night. Areas of black ice will be possible, and we ask that all North Carolinians continue to watch the weather and stay off the roads. Unnecessary travel not only puts you at risk, but also the public safety personnel that will need to respond if there is an issue. The more vehicles we have on the road also makes it tougher on crews with the Department of Transportation to treat and clear roadways and get them back open again. If you must drive in winter conditions, our partners with the State Highway Patrol advise reducing speed significantly, increasing distance between other vehicles, and clearing all snow and ice from your vehicle before traveling. Given the forecast, let's make their work easier by staying off the roads unless absolutely necessary. We have been monitoring this weather system for a number of days and have remained in close communication with our local emergency managers across the state as we evaluate resource and support needs. The State Emergency Response Team has been activated and is working with key partners such as the Department of Transportation, the North Carolina National Guard, the State Highway Patrol, and utilities, as well as others. A state of emergency was issued yesterday in preparation for this event, and as of this morning, we have 2 local states of emergency with 9 county emergency operations centers activated in western North Carolina to support operations at the local level. While there are currently no shelters open across North Carolina, we know that shelters are anticipated to open in Buncombe and Yancey counties this evening, and we remain in close coordination with our human services partners to support additional capability as needed. Warming shelters are also being opened across the state, and we anticipate more as we move throughout the day and into the evening. Based on the forecasted impacts, the North Carolina National Guard has alerted more than 100 soldiers to assist emergency management in their efforts to support communities impacted by this storm. They have more than 30 vehicles, and the Guard started pre-positioning many of these teams yesterday to locations across both the western and central part of the state. Their primary mission is to support local emergency services. They are actively engaged and ready to respond as needed. They have also staged aviation support in the west as a contingency for when the weather has cleared. We have also deployed teams to support DOT in keeping major interstate roadways clear. These teams are stationed along Old Fort in McDowell County, Saluda Grade in Polk County, and Turner Grade in Surrey County. North Carolina's utility partners are planning for restoration operations statewide as needed. Please also keep in mind that power outages may occur in areas due to the weight of the snow or ice accumulation on tree limbs and power lines. If your power goes out, ensure generators are operated outside and away from open windows or doors to prevent carbon monoxide poisoning. Never burn charcoal indoors or use a gas grill indoors. Properly vent any kerosene heaters and use battery-powered sources for light instead of candles to reduce the risk of fire. Please remember to utilize 911 only for emergencies. If you need general information regarding the storm, please call 211 and leave those emergency lines open. You can also enable emergency alerts on your mobile device to make sure you receive life-saving notifications. Finally, all Tropical Storm Helene disaster recovery centers in western North Carolina will be closed today and tomorrow due to the forecasted impacts of the storm. The plan is for these centers to reopen on Monday at 8 a.m. Survivors that are requiring assistance can still call FEMA's 1-800 number for assistance or contact the North Carolina Disaster Case Management Program. Visit readync.gov for more information on winter weather safety and preparation, or for real-time travel information, visit drivenc.gov or follow NCDOT on social media. We would ask folks to remain alert, informed, and to check on your neighbors and those in your community who may need assistance. During a disaster or major event, we are stronger together and make for more resilient communities. Thank you, Governor.
Good morning. Our crews and contractors have been working hard to prepare for this storm since the middle of the week. We have more than 1,900 DOT employees and contractors involved in pre-storm preparations, and they stand ready to help once the storm hits our state. As of this morning, we have used more than 3 million gallons of brine to pre-treat hundreds of roads and highways across the state. Also, we have over 600 trucks with plows and spreaders and more than 300 motor graders ready to help remove snow and ice. And we have over 160,000 tons of salt ready to treat roads. I want to encourage you to be prepared too. Get your emergency supplies and anything else you might need now. Once the storm hits, please don't try to drive. Stay off the roads unless it's absolutely essential that you travel. We are staging equipment in areas that are known trouble spots during winter storms. Also, we're partnering with the North Carolina State Highway Patrol and the North Carolina National Guard for additional resources in several hot spots where breakdowns occur regularly during these type of events. Their assistance enables quicker clearance of disabled vehicles to help maintain safe traffic flow in these spots. Once the storm hits, our crews are prepared to work around the clock in shifts to plow and treat snow and ice until all of the state-maintained roads are cleared. As always, our first priorities will be the interstates and other multi-lane highways, then moving to other U.S. and NC routes, and then finally secondary roads. Based on the forecast, travel could be impacted across much of the state. And with cold temperatures overnight for the next few nights, travel could be treacherous for several days in some parts of the state. We also have crews ready with chainsaws and other equipment to cut and remove downed trees from roads as needed. Rest assured, we will respond and work hard to get your roads clear as soon as possible. Again, unless it's necessary, stay off the roads during and after the storm so our crews can safely clear roads. Protect yourself and your families. Please be patient and stay safe. As conditions improve, you can check drivenc.gov to get the latest travel information before heading out. Thank you.
Secretary Hopkins. Thank you, Director Ray and Secretary Hopkins, for your updates. We know that those still recovering from Hurricane Helene are especially going to feel the impacts of this storm. Western NCDOT crews began preparing for the storm on Wednesday and have been responding to winter weather in the mountains for weeks, in addition to the incredible work that those DOT crews have been doing to help respond to Hurricane Helene and repair our roads. For anyone displaced from their homes in the western region of the state, we know that many cities and counties are working with local government and nonprofit partners to open locations for folks to be safe and warm tonight and over the weekend. 3 shelters are already going to be in place this evening in Buncombe and in Yancey counties. Earlier this week, I issued an executive order to waive federal restrictions on drivers traveling with propane and other heating fuels so we can get more heat in people's homes. To the people of Western North Carolina, we know this winter storm is coming at a terrible time, making a difficult period in your lives even harder. We are with you every step of the way, and we will not let up. We are committed to doing everything in our power to get you the resources you need to rebuild. And to everyone else in North Carolina, please be safe. Given the information we have at this time, emergency management officials recommend the following tips. Stay in attention with your local weather forecast and be prepared for whatever is expected in your home area. Keep your cell phones, mobile devices, and spare batteries charged in case you experience power outages. Please avoid the roads unless you absolutely must travel. But if you do have to be on the road, store an emergency kit in your vehicle with food, an ice scraper, jumper cables, flashlight, and first aid kit. Thank you very much, and we'll now open the floor to questions. Any questions? I think Director Ray and Secretary Hopkins did a good job. All right. Yes.
I'm with ABC 11. I know that Attorney General Jackson earlier sent out a message about price gouging. Could you talk more on what people can expect and what they should do if they encounter something like that?
Yes. This is a very quick-moving storm, and so I think opportunities for bad actors, and by the way, I just want to be very clear that most people out there selling something, whether it's a gas station or a grocery store or a hotel, they do right by their people when those folks are in need. But there's always going to be a few who try to exploit that situation. We don't anticipate there being many instances of price gouging. If you experience some seller charging you an unfair price, taking advantage of this moment and your needs and desperation, call the Attorney General's office at 877-5-NO-SCAM and they can act. And I'm quite sure Attorney General Jackson will do a great job with that work. Anything else? Yes.
I know that NCDOT is planning to give us updates just as the storm moves forward. Are you planning on also coming back to speak with us, or are you going to any parts of the area as the storm moves in?
Yeah, I'm definitely not going west while the storm is happening. No need to create more chaos. We will determine whether more briefings are necessary based on what ends up happening this evening across the state of North Carolina.
Governor Patrick Thomas, Spectrum News 1. I'm curious, what's it like to prepare and plan for such a large-scale weather event within the first month of you being in office?
Yeah. Well, it's part of the job, and I anticipated this part of the job. I actually have participated in these briefings working on issues about price gouging in my prior work as Attorney General. And what we want here, what every person on this stage, what everyone who's working overtime at the Emergency Operations Center want is for people to be safe. And that's why these folks are on the job. All right, thank you so much. So this
Well, good afternoon. Thanks for watching WFMY News 2 at noon. I'm Taylor Leverett. It's another cold day in the Triad. We're getting ready for a snowstorm to hit our area later this afternoon. Take a look at this video from our neighbors over in Tennessee. The winter system has already touched down in their area. We may be looking at a preview of what's in store for us later. And here's a live look at a few folks having fun in the snow. They're skiing this afternoon. That's a fun way to enjoy the winter weather. Soon we'll see some of that snow on our own right here in the Triad. It's pretty exciting. And speaking of snow in the Triad, let's touch base with our weather team. Christian, a weather impact alert has been issued ahead of this storm. What should we expect as the storm nears?
Yeah, Taylor, those alerts go into effect right now as we speak right here at the top of noon, linger up until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Let me show you where our system is right now. Plenty of snow, lots of snow reports down in South Carolina and across Georgia. There was even a report of 3.5 inches of snow down in Atlanta earlier this morning. And we are starting to see some snow make its way and actually make it down to the ground up over the North Carolina mountains and up into the foothills as well. Again, we are in alert mode now through early tomorrow morning for accumulating snow and then mixing with sleet overnight. Again, be mindful. Remember how cold it's been now for a while. Anything that falls is going to stick immediately. So travel gets slick for the afternoon through the evening commute and lingers through early tomorrow morning. I'll show you. Again, that snow is making it down to the ground up in the mountains, but not so much where it looks like it's snowing on the radar here in the Triad. Our air is still very dry, and it takes a little while for that snow and that moisture to saturate our atmosphere and for it to make it to the ground. But I would say be ready by 2 o'clock. We could start to see some snowflakes in the Piedmont. And then it really picks up as we work our way through the evening commute, 5, 6 o'clock. And then for the next several hours, we'll be getting some patchy snow and on and off snow showers. Again, as we move into late tonight and into the overnight hours, the big question is where that little mix of sleet is going to start to creep in. How far north it comes will mean a lot for our snow totals. And of course, the folks south of 85 are going to have the better opportunity to get some of that sleet mixing in. Our system is out of here by sunrise tomorrow, and at least the weather and main roads should start improving by then. Look at this. Temperatures are still in the upper 20s to near 30 now at lunchtime, barely coming up above freezing as we work our way into the middle of the afternoon. Again, be ready by 2 o'clock. Some snowflakes could start to fall and really pick up as we move our way through the evening. Coming up, though, we'll take you hour by hour through your forecast over the next 24 hours. Plus, we'll talk about how much you may get in your backyard.
Well, as the system closes in on our state, Governor Josh Stein has declared a state of emergency. The storm is expected to bring a mix of snow, ice, and freezing rain to North Carolina. Stein just wrapped up a news conference talking about the state's plans for this winter storm.
Our greatest concern is road safety. Precipitation and freezing temperatures tomorrow afternoon, tonight will make a mess of the roads on Saturday morning. The thawing and refreezing of precipitation leads to ice, so that everyone needs to be careful on our roads. Please avoid traveling unless it is absolutely necessary.
And every town and city in our area spent the past 2 days getting the roads ready. The city of Greensboro says it began brining priority roads on Wednesday. And just a warning, side streets could be tough to drive on. The city launching an interactive snow and ice removal map so you can track all the conditions in real time. The incoming storm just might affect your power as it passes through. Duke Energy says it's prepared to have crews on standby to respond to any outages that may occur.
A lot of our preparations happen months in advance. We trim trees year-round to make sure that we can reduce the number of outages from these types of events. We've also upgraded poles and wires in the Triad, and we've installed self-healing technology in many areas. And this technology can actually help to reduce the number of customers that are affected by an outage by rerouting power to other power lines. And that can bring people back up in a matter of seconds in some cases, as opposed to hours. It doesn't take away the tree that's on the line, but it does help our crews get people back up faster.
And listen up, if you have outages, you'll want to make sure to update on our website, WFMYnews2.com. PTI says it's staying open despite the rough weather ahead. However, it's encouraging travelers to call their airline to make sure their flights are still running. PTI will have snow crews on duty to keep the terminal clear for flights that do want to land and take off. And more than 500 flights have been canceled at the Charlotte Douglas International Airport. This is ahead of this afternoon's storm. Dozens more have been delayed. Earlier this week, officials said the airport will remain open despite weather conditions. And because of the weather conditions, inauguration events scheduled for Governor Josh Stein this weekend have been canceled. The inaugural committee had planned to have a ceremony, block party, and open house. Stein will still deliver his inaugural address tomorrow morning, but it'll be online instead. The committee is exploring options to rescheduling the block party to sometime in the spring. And from this system, the North Carolina mountains could get up to 4 to 6 inches of snow. Governor Stein and FEMA say more help is on the way for Hurricane Helene survivors. They say 90 travel trailers have already been delivered, and they're working to get more temporary trailers home to that area quicker. More than 5,600 families are staying in hotels paid for by FEMA. Hundreds of others are getting rental assistance. And with snow on the way, you need a spot for reliable weather information. We'll look no further than the free WFMY News 2 app, powered by the Triad's most accurate weather team. Some Winston-Salem State students are without water and heat after a water main break yesterday. 200 students were forced to leave the Martin Zider Residence Hall as freezing temperatures set in. University officials relocated students to nearby hotels across the city. They were also given the opportunity to go home. Now, as of right now, there's no update on when the break will be fixed. In your national news, President-elect Donald Trump has been sentenced in a felony hush money case. He's being released with no restrictions after a judge declined to give him any punishment. The outcome fees him to return to the White House without the threat of jail time. Trump called his criminal trial and conviction, quote, very terrible experience. He's maintained that he committed no crime. The hush money case accused Trump of using his business record to veil a $130,000 payoff to adult film star Stormy Daniels.
This is the proverbial slap on the wrist. It is symbolic. It is an acknowledgement that there was a conviction, and it is essentially no more.
Trump had asked the U.S. Supreme Court for a last-minute stay of the sentencing, but late Thursday, the court denied that request in a narrow 5-4 decision. Here in the Triad, we said farewell to a local hero yesterday. It was an emotional farewell to Officer Michael Horan, some sharing their sorrow as they mourned a friend, others telling funny stories about a man who lived life to the fullest. As a loving husband, father, son, and Greensboro police officer since 2017, he leaves a lasting impact on many. The memory of a man of service dedicating his life to his family, his community, will last forever.
As we say goodbye today, let us remember that the true measure of a life well lived is not found in titles or accolades, but in the love shared, the lives touched, and the differences made.
During the service, a flag was presented to Officer Horan's now widow to symbolize and honor his sacrifice. And we've heard so many share their appreciation for the fallen officer. This week, our area came together to thank someone who deserved a lifetime of gratitude. We join everyone in saying thank you, Officer Horan, for dedicating your life to protecting us. The nation mourning another public servant yesterday. Former President Jimmy Carter was laid to rest after 5 days of memorial services. He had a state funeral in Washington, D.C. before a private family service in Georgia. Leaders, lawmakers, and loved ones packed the National Cathedral. President Joe Biden, President-elect Donald Trump, and all other former living presidents were there, sitting together. It was a service for a man with humble roots. Carter's grandson says the former president never lost vision of what he deemed important.
They were small town people who never forgot who they were and where they were from, no matter what happened in their lives. But I recognize that we are not here because he was just a regular guy.
Carter's family held a private service in Georgia after the state funeral. He's been buried in Plains next to his wife, Rosalind. Wildfires continuing to grow in Southern California, leaving behind a trail of destruction. We have the latest on efforts to contain the blaze. That's next. Deadly and destructive wildfires continues to grow in Southern California. Local law enforcement comparing the damage to the aftermath of an atomic bomb. Now, the winds are picking up and new fires are sprouting in the area. Charlie DeMar is in Los Angeles as crews work around the clock to contain the blaze.
Strong wind gusts remained a problem for firefighters Friday as they battle multiple wildfires that have devastated Los Angeles County.
The Eaton Fire, current estimated acreage 13,956 acres with 3% containment.
Overnight, firefighters notched a win, stopping much of the Kenneth fire. Residents there described the panic of being told to evacuate.
You're just grabbing kind of the first thing you see, and then you get out of there and you kind of realize all these other memorable or sentimental items that you may have left.
In the Pacific Palisades, mandatory evacuations turned Sunset Boulevard into a parking lot as people fled their cars.
What was in the car was the important stuff we needed, and we lost it.
Some who did not leave paid with their lives, including 66-year-old Victor Shaw, who died in the Eaton fire. He was found with a garden hose still in hand.
I just cry. I just can't believe that it's happened, and it happened so quickly.
The smoke is still thick here in Altadena, California, which was hit hard by the Eaton fire. Now the National Guard is posted up at intersections like this one to keep looters away.
At the YMCA of Metropolitan Los Angeles, volunteers collected clothes and other necessities for the tens of thousands of evacuees.
You can tell down here we have boxes of clothing that will be distributed.
Forecasters say while the wind is expected to weaken as the day goes on, dangerous conditions are in the forecast for next week. Charlie DeMar, CBS News, Los Angeles.
The sheriff's department, says at least 20 people have been arrested for looting so far. We're continuing to keep you updated as we learn more about the California fires.
All right, 12:15 right now. News 2 weather impact alerts in effect right now until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Snow and sleet on the way to the Piedmont, and slick travel will start to happen very quickly as we go into the afternoon, into the evening commute, and linger through early tomorrow morning. Here's what it looks like across the Piedmont right now. No snow to talk about just yet, but look at those very uniform, just even clouds. Really kind of an indication of snow. You've been outside, it kind of smells like snow. You ever heard that before? And plenty cold too. Temperatures barely have come up into the 30s now for most of us across the Piedmont. Look at the radar. It's kind of fooling you though. It may be showing snow at your house, but it might not actually be snowing. We have a lot of dry air in place, and it has to overcome that dry air before it ever makes it down to the ground. Meanwhile, it is snowing up in the North Carolina mountains, and several reports of snow now in the foothills, Wilkes County, down toward Hickory and Statesville. Those folks are starting to see some snowflakes. Look at Boone. It's snowing again. Right on brand for Boone, and the streets really have gotten covered quickly here in the last 30 minutes since I looked at this camera just a little while ago. As we work our way through the afternoon, snow develops for all of us. I'd say be ready by 2 o'clock, maybe earlier back to the west, but as we work our way through 2, 3, 4, and 5 o'clock, we'll likely start to see those snow showers starting to happen in our area. Patchy at first and then a little more steady, working our way into the evening hours and into tonight. However, once we get into the late night hours, overnight, we might start to see some of that sleet mixing in, especially down to the south first. And the big question is how far north that sleet is going to come. I think for all of us, we see a little sleet mixing in. Better opportunity for that is going to be down to our south, mainly south of I-85 through early tomorrow morning. It shuts off. System starts to move away from us by sunrise tomorrow, and then our sun will come out, but slick spots, of course, will still remain. Here's our last thinking on what we'd expect as we go into tonight and tomorrow. Generally 2 to 3 inches around the immediate triad, maybe a little less than that to the south, especially with that sleet mixing in, and potentially a little more, maybe in the 4 to 6 range as you go along the North Carolina-Virginia border and up into the mountains as well. I don't foresee this being a big icing situation for us, but still a glaze to maybe 1/10 of an inch of ice would be possible in the triad. More opportunity for that a little further to the south. And down in the Sandhills, those folks are seeing an increasing threat of icing. So there may be some issues down that way by early tomorrow morning. So be ready as we move into the afternoon. That snow will fall and it will stick immediately on the roads, as everything has been cold for a while. Ground temperatures are in the mid-30s, and that slick travel, of course, will remain into early tomorrow morning. By the afternoon tomorrow, our sun is coming out. Major roadways should improve big time, but all those side streets, neighborhoods, things that are still covered by shade are going to have problems on into Sunday and potentially even into Monday as well. Our weather's pretty quiet, though, thankfully, next week. Just dry and cold, pretty typical of January.
Well, check out this crazy story out of England. Some parents are outraged over a new rule requiring them to come to school to change their child's diaper if they're not potty trained. CBS's Tina Krause has a look at the debate over the policy that is underway in the UK.
Every parent knows the challenge of potty training their child before it's time to start school, but it doesn't always happen, and some teachers in Britain have a new rule. If your child needs a diaper change, you must come to school and do it yourself, sparking a debate at the school gate.
Teachers have got a lot to do, and so have the parents. If they are working, you can't just leave work to come and change them.
My daughter today actually, went herself in school and they were ringing us up, so it's bit of a pain, really.
I see the other side of it as well, so there's pros and cons to all of it.
The mandate comes from a county council in Wales, where teachers say there's been an increase in school-aged children not being able to use the bathroom by themselves since COVID hit.
All over Wales, there are a number of schools really struggling with this because they have neither the money nor the resource to keep supporting children in this way.
Teaching unions say some staff are having to deal with children as old as 8 who are still having accidents.
No child is going to be left in discomfort, of course they're not, but there needs to be a joint responsibility here, and that's what we're supporting.
And educators argue the more time they spend on diaper duty, the less time they have to teach. Tina Krause, CBS News, London.
And only students with recognized medical needs will be exempt from the new diaper policy. Well, as we head to break, another live look showing this winter weather system moving across the South. This is in Chattanooga, Tennessee. Christian Morgan will have a final look at your forecast. That's next.
All right, keep an eye on the forecast. Be ready by 2 o'clock. You can start to see some snowflakes falling in the Triad. We'll start to really see it kind of spread across our area from about 2 until 5. And as it falls, it will stick to the roads fast. Be advised, slick travel possible from the evening commute on into early Saturday morning. Our system will move out Saturday morning early by sunrise. Those slick roads will remain until midday. Our sun will come out by tomorrow afternoon. And of course, some of those slick spots on side roads will still continue into Sunday, into Monday, and of course into early next week. All of our mornings through next week are still below freezing, but our weather is quiet, dry, and just cold next week.
All righty, get your coat ready.
We'll have updates for you all afternoon, all evening, all tomorrow morning, right here.
All righty. And remember, you can download our free WFMY News 2 app on your timeline.
Right. Stay warm.
Have a good day.
Good to see you this Friday afternoon. All eyes are on the forecast these next several hours as we've been tracking this winter weather system making its way toward the Triad, starting to bring in some mixed precip across our area and also well toward the south. Lots of isolated showers, scattered showers, I should say, across the deep south with more snow on the way for us in the next couple of hours, especially by around 4 or 5 o'clock, continuing into tonight and into the overnight hours into early tomorrow morning. A closer look at the Triad right now. Actually, a lot of this not actually making it to the ground. We call this virga, but more snow on the way that will make it to the ground in the coming hours. Local temperatures right now a little bit below freezing or right at freezing in the upper 20s and lower 30s, 32 in Winston-Salem and in High Point. Certainly cold enough for snow, 31 in Greensboro, 30 in Reedsville. Let's zoom in just a little bit, 31 in Pleasant Garden, 30 in Liberty. It is just downright cold out here, just ready for snow as we are. So are the temperatures. 32 in Walkertown and Winston-Salem, 31 right now in Kernersville. Let's go to the north a little bit. Upper 20s and lower 30s continuing across the area. Just going to be a cold day today, and I'm expecting these temperatures to actually stay in the lower 30s at best throughout the day today as well. Feels like temperatures are even in the 20s in some places, like in Asheboro. 29 feels like 29. Feels like we're in 25 here in Greensboro, and I'm expecting us to feel like we're below freezing all throughout the day today. Winter weather alerts for our area. We do have this winter storm warning in effect until Saturday at 7 o'clock in the morning. From now all the way through 7, due to the winter precip on the way, for the majority of us, I expect between 2 to 3 inches, especially toward the north and also to the west of Greensboro. To our south, though, that's when we might start to see a little bit more mixing across the area, which will lead to a little bit less accumulations. Winter weather alerts, let's expand this out just a little bit to show you how many people are being impacted by this one system. Again, a lot of the deep south here in Tennessee, South Carolina, Georgia are all under these winter weather warnings for right now. Every shade that every county that you see in pink here is under a winter weather warning versus this bluish purple color you see right here is more of a winter weather advisory. Still impacting a lot of people and will continue to do so through tomorrow morning before the system begins to push offshore. Right now in Greensboro, the clouds have settled in. We're in the lower 30s, dew point at 9, making it feel like we are in the middle 20s. Weather cam network, not many of them working right now, but that's okay. We're in the lower 30s, and you know what? Not seeing any bad road conditions for now, but we'll have to keep an eye on the roads into tonight. That snow is going to collect very quickly on the cold ground and could cause some slick spots later this afternoon and especially tonight and overnight. Look at Blowing Rock right now, where we are seeing a little bit more of a winter wonderland with the snow coming down already in the mountains. That snow is on its way here, but it has already made its way to the mountains. There was already yesterday a dusting of snow that had collected from just last weekend, but there's more on the way. In the mountains, you can expect between 3 to 5 inches additional. from this system. Right now, Blowing Rock, beautiful view around the 25-degree mark. Futurecast into the day today, low pressure is going to continue to come in from our south, bringing in tons of rain for places like here in southern Georgia and Florida. But for us, again, we're seeing that little bit of mixed bag, especially to our south, some snowfall, especially in northern Greensboro and to our north and west. I'm expecting the majority of this system to be out of our hair early on into tomorrow morning, even by around sunrise. I'm expecting the majority of that moisture to have moved through, taking that cloud coverage with it. Eventually, we'll be seeing a little bit more sunshine by the time we're in the back half of Saturday, and especially for Sunday as high pressure works to keep us nice and dry to kick off next week. Now, as for your weather impact alert, again, it is from now until 9 o'clock on Saturday morning. The impact is going to be the snow that is expected to start here just in the next couple of hours, then could even turn to snow and sleet overnight depending on where that freezing line is. If that is the case, we won't be seeing quite as much accumulation across the area, but more icy spots, which could lead to dangerous and hazardous driving across the area. So my advice to you would be to avoid travel throughout this period. Go ahead and get where you need to be within the next couple of hours before the snow starts so you don't have to worry about travel. Futurecast, next few hours, we're watching that snow slowly start to build in by around 4 or 5 o'clock. Lots of mixing here toward our south, especially south of Greensboro, where we're not expecting quite as high of accumulations, between maybe 1 to 2 inches, and even lower than that in portions like here in Charlotte and on the border between North Carolina and South Carolina. Moisture keeps coming overnight, seeing a couple of dry slots, and with that being said, some places aren't going to have quite as much snow as others, and other places may get a little bit more due to a little bit heavier snow, heavier burst of snow, I should say, within this system. So we'll have to keep you updated on amounts as we go into the night tonight. Majority is going to be rain or freezing rain right along this line that you see right here. That's pink, and that's going to be well to our south and in southeastern North Carolina. But in the Triad, for the most part, especially north of the Triad, I'm expecting mainly snow, but there's definitely a sleet mix going to be possible into the night tonight. Majority of that moisture and snow chance going to be gone by around 5 or 6 o'clock into Saturday morning, but there are certainly going to be slick spots sticking around throughout Saturday morning and maybe even into the afternoon. So here's the latest expected snow and sleet outlook. Again, it changes pretty rapidly across the Triad toward our north as well as to our west. I'm expecting 3 to 5 inches that are possible, especially in the mountains and foothills that are in those higher elevations. For us here in Guilford County, Forsyth, and northern Davidson County, I would say even 2 to 4 inches going to be possible, especially if we're able to see some of those heavier bursts kind of come down and continue to accumulate very quickly on the cold ground that we already have in place with surface temperatures that are sub-freezing. Now, as for Randolph County, southern Davidson, portions of Montgomery may see 1 to 2 inches. It's going to be a little bit less, though, because of that sleet and ice accumulation. You're not going to have those heavy, nice, beautiful snowflakes that kind of, put together and accumulate and form that nice fluffy snow. It'll be a little bit thinner and we'll be seeing less accumulation as a result. With that being said, freezing rain risk is being lifted just a little bit to our south, especially southern Greensboro and here in the southern Piedmont as well. Here in Montgomery County, we could see 1/10 of an inch up to around 1/4 of an inch impossible. This is going to be my main concern for driving. Freezing rain, again, it freezes on contact with the surface, which can cause hazardous not only driving, but even if you're just on the sidewalk, you could slip very, very easily. As for portions here of Randolph, Davidson, and southern Guilford, could see it glaze up to around 1/10 of an inch on top of the snow I'm already expecting across the area. So with that being said, going to be pretty slippery at times possible for the region. Storm timing, this is the latest. Friday afternoon and the next few hours, snow is going to be moving in. It's going to be sticking fast. So again, make sure you're already where you need to be and where you're going to be staying for the next 24 hours or so. Into the night tonight, snow and sleet could definitely mix, and that could make for some difficult travel across the region. Maybe not even by this evening, maybe into this afternoon as that snow starts. You're going to want to make sure that you're already where you need to be. Saturday morning, snow and sleet again is going to end by around sunrise, but roads will still be slick throughout the morning and into the afternoon. Despite the sun coming out, they are going to improve throughout the weekend, but just have that heads up and know know what the hazards are ahead of time and make sure that you're staying safe. I'm going to get off screen so you can take a look at the storm timeline heading into the next 24 hours. So this is what you can expect heading into early tomorrow, this afternoon. Sleet and snow definitely going to be possible by around 3 or 4 o'clock. Freezing rain is a low chance, but it's still there, and as you can see in the yellow box right there. A low chance from later this evening through early into tomorrow morning. Dangerous travel. I'm expecting, actually starting off here in the next couple of hours, this is going to continue overnight and into the day on Saturday. I would expect that orange to continue all throughout the morning, maybe even into the early afternoon, due to the slick spots that are going to be created from the snow and also the sleet and freezing rain, especially for southern portions of our area. Power outages not completely out of the question overnight tonight with that freezing rain and sleet and that snow. Going to be heavy on some of those power lines and trees and maybe even causing a couple problems. So we'll be keeping an eye on that. Here we're looking at different types of models that show sort of what the potential is for the amount of snow. Here is one in particular for us here in the Triad. Anywhere between 1 to 3 inches, some places even seeing 4 or above according to this model. But again, every model does vary, and we'll continuing to keep you give you updated on what model trends are saying and what we believe also as forecasters. Winter radar, we're tracking the snow as it continues to make its way toward the area. I'm expecting it to make it here just in the next couple of hours. So this is the time to go ahead and hunker down, make sure you're home safe. That means getting home from work. If you were planning on working this morning, maybe go ahead and take the rest of the day, work from home if you can, because it is going to be cold and that snow is going to also accumulate very fast across the area. Snow and sleet going to be mixed and a possibility overnight tonight. We're back in the lower 30s for this afternoon, and I'm expecting us to stay there. We're warming up behind this system over the weekend. We're back in the upper 30s for Saturday and Sunday. Heading into Monday and Tuesday, we're back in the 40s before temperatures drop by Wednesday and Thursday back in the 30s. Good to see you this Friday afternoon. We're continuing coverage on the winter storm that is now making its way across the south, including into parts of the Triad where we're getting reports already of snow and even a sleet mix way down to our south and portions of Charlotte as well as to our east. Let's take a closer look at this system right now as it moves through southern states, moving into the Triad as we speak within the next couple of hours. I've already seen a couple of photos actually in Davidson County where we've had actually some snow covering the ground as well as some other counties to our south as well as to our west. We're watching this heavier band of snow on the outer band of the system move into the Triad, bringing in those big snowflakes these next couple of hours. Look at the storm reports just in the last 12 hours across the Carolinas. You can see lots of mix of some hail, it's not hail, but more so sleet and a little bit of icy conditions as well as some snow across the area. I'm sure we'll see even more of those in the next couple of hours, especially for our area. This is snow actually taken just within the last hour or so in Lexington by our fire department down there, the Lexington Fire Department by Jerry Tysinger. You can see the snow is already starting to coat the grounds here in parts of Lexington, and we're going to be seeing even more than that in the next couple of hours, but it is pretty impressive that within the first 30 minutes to an hour or so that snow started falling. We're already seeing it collect on the ground, and it's because of how cold the ground is, and our local temperatures are still going to be below freezing throughout the day today, making for pretty nice conditions for those heavy snowflakes to fall and also to collect fairly quickly as well. Local temperatures across the area, mid to upper 20s, lower 30s, 26 right now in Lexington with that snow falling currently, 31 in Greensboro, 32 in High Point, 29 right now in Asheboro. Let's zoom in just a little bit into Guilford County, 31 in Pleasant Garden, 32 in High Point. We are hovering just at around the freezing mark. This is going to be great as we head into the next few hours with that snow coming in, dropping a couple of degrees. I'm expecting us to stay in the upper 20s and lower 30s throughout the day today. Moving toward our south, we're 31 right now in Troy and Montgomery County, 29 in Asheboro, where we've seen a lot of reports also of snow moving into the area. Already seeing plenty of snow cover the roads right now in portions of the mountains where I'm expecting even higher amounts of snow between around 3 to 5 inches. Feels like temperatures right now in the 20s, 22 is the feels like temperature right now in Asheboro, 24 in Greensboro. That's also going to stay below freezing throughout the day today. Now, we do have our weather impact alert in place from now all the way until 9 o'clock on Saturday morning. And that's something to keep in mind. This winter storm warning is going to be in effect all the way through around 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. And what this means, every county that you see highlighted in pink right here, we're expecting a wintry mix of precip for our area. The majority of the Triad, I'm expecting to receive around 2 to 4 inches of possible snowfall. More toward our north as well as to our west, a little bit less to our south as well as to our east. I'll show you more on that in just a second. Let's zoom out just a little bit. Let's expand out on the storm just to show you the widespread impacts of this system across several states. Here in Tennessee, South Carolina, Georgia, all across the deep south, we have winter storm warnings, winter weather advisories that you can see here, also in the bluish purple across the region as well. A lot of states being impacted from this system, and we're starting to see the snow roll in as we speak. We see it right now in Winston-Salem. We saw it in Davidson and Forsyth, as well as Montgomery and Randolph, as well as some of our northernmost counties. Right now, we're still waiting on it in Guilford County. We're in the lower 30s right now, but it is certainly coming down in the mountains. You can see right now in Blowing Rock currently, we're seeing some snow come down. It's kind of a winter wonderland and Blowing Rock. I've been seeing just in the last couple of days that snow that accumulated just last weekend is stuck around, but we're going to see 3 to 5 inches even more before this thing really ends and wraps up and heads out of the area. But it is impacting roads up there in the mountains. We're currently at 25 degrees in Blowing Rock. We're going to be similar for us into this afternoon as well. Futurecast, here comes low pressure, and it's bringing in that mix of precip overnight tonight. Starting this afternoon overnight, I'm expecting this system to be a quick mover too. So I'm really expecting this system to be out and about offshore by around 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Snow out of our area by around sunrise, and as this system takes that moisture cloud coverage with it, moves offshore, we're going to be seeing much more sunshine on the back half of the day, and especially by the time we're into the day on Sunday. Now, we're still going to be pretty cold, seasonably cold, I'd say in the upper 30s, but at least we'll be seeing a little bit more sunshine behind this event. Again, weather impact alert is on from now until 9 a.m. on tomorrow morning. It's going to be snow these next couple of hours, and then it's going to turn a little bit more into snow and possibly even a sleet mix overnight as that freezing line kind of wiggles a little bit more north. Now, the thing that you should know in comparison between snow versus sleet is a little bit more dense. And when they makes those little tink noises when it falls versus snow is, you have the big heavy snowflakes that can accumulate a lot in a very short amount of time. But sleet, on the other hand, that would be more of a less accumulation. So avoid travel during this period, especially with icy conditions that are going to be possibly arriving in the next few hours, especially overnight with that sleet mix possible. Futurecast from now into overnight, more snow on the way these next couple of hours. You can see that mixed precip line in the pink counties moving in overnight as well. Continuing to see more and more snow overnight and into early tomorrow morning, with the majority of this moisture out of our hair by around 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning as this system continues to push away from the area, taking that cloud coverage with it eventually. So expected snow and sleet for our area. Again, this is a map issued earlier on this morning at around 11 o'clock. Still pretty accurate as well, seeing 2 to 4 inches for the majority of us in Greensboro, especially to our north as well as to our west. In the mountains here and in the higher elevations and in the foothills, I'm expecting 3 to 5 inches possible for them. You're going to be seeing even more to our north and west, but to our south, on the other hand, due to that mixing with the possible sleet, I'm expecting a little bit less, maybe even a little bit of freezing rain that could coat the grounds and cause some hazardous conditions for not only just driving, but also for just walking along the sidewalks. This, they can freeze on contact when you have that freezing rain, and it can be pretty treacherous if you're trying to be out and about. Again, for the majority of us, we're in that 2 to 4 inch range from now all the way through early tomorrow morning. But to our south, I'm expecting a little bit less. To our north as well as to our west, I'm expecting a little bit more, between 3 to 5 inches. Freezing rain risk, I've actually upped just a little bit. Glaze is going to be possible for us up to around 1/10 of an inch with more sleet possibly mixing in overnight tonight. 1/10 all the way up to 1/4 of an inch. We've actually pushed this margin just a little bit up into portions of Montgomery, very southern tip of Randolph County, and also through central portions of North Carolina toward Raleigh as well. So going to be causing some very slick roads into the night tonight. Just make sure you keep that in mind. Make sure you're where you need to be within these next couple of hours with the snow starting, because it can create slick spots as early as this afternoon, but with that sleet on top of the snow, it might get even worse. So this is the latest snow timing this afternoon. We're already seeing the snow. It's moving in, and it's also sticking fast on the very cold grounds into tonight. Sleet is going to be possibly mixing in as well, creating very difficult travel overnight and into early tomorrow morning. For tomorrow morning, we're watching the system move out. Roads, I'm expecting still to be slick throughout the period into tomorrow morning, as well as for the afternoon. So that's also something to keep in mind. Storm timeline. Sleet and snow again expected in the next few hours, continuing early through around 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning. Freezing rain on the lower end, I would say, of a possibility, but more so expected for very southernmost counties, like I showed you in that last map of just featuring very southern tip of Randolph and Montgomery County. Low risk heading into the overnight hours. Dangerous travel. You'll see the majority of this line is some of the darker colors like orange and red, because throughout the whole period, I'm expecting roads to be pretty slick at times. So keep that in mind. Make sure you are avoiding travel if at all possible throughout this time and you're where you need to be these next few hours. Power outages as well could be possible with the freezing rain and sleet on top of the couple of inches of snow. Could be a little bit heavy for power lines as well as for trees. So keep that in mind, especially if you don't have to drive. Please just don't. Snow potential across the area. We look at several models. Here's one in particular that shows possibly over 3 inches for us across the region and to our south. Again, less and less the more southern you go, but as you go more and more north, maybe seeing a little bit more, up to 3 to 5 inches, especially in the mountains. A quick look at the winter radar real quick as we kind of start to wrap things up. We're starting to see more and more of those heavier bands start to enter the triad within the next couple of hours. It's struggling to get to the ground right now in Guilford County due to a little bit more dry air kind of sitting over our heads. It has to get through that dry air before it can make way all the way down to the surface. Now, following this system, we're going to be back in the upper 30s. Much more sunshine for Saturday and into Sunday. We're nice and dry to start next week with lots of sunshine back in the 40s, but cooler temperatures are on the way. I'm expecting highs to drop back into the middle and lower 30s by Wednesday and Thursday, slowly warming up later next week. Snow has officially made it into the Triad. We're getting several reports all across the Piedmont as the snow and also the sleet mix continues to kind of mix into our south. Looking at the winter radar right now, you can see those heavier bands of snow continuing to move into portions of North Carolina. You also see those little dry patches where not anything is hitting the ground. Well, that's actually due to some of the drier air. The snow is having to overcome the drier air to be able to get down all the way to the surface. Hence why here in Greensboro it took a little bit longer than also in Winston-Salem. A look at the radar right now, some heavier outer bands starting to move into Guilford County right now and Alamance, continuing through Forsyth as well. And I'll continue to show you those cameras here in just a moment. But the storm reports in the last 12 hours have been super impressive all across the southeast coast. We've been seeing lots of snow, sleet, and ice reports across the area, and I'm so sure we'll see even more heading into the next couple of hours all the way through tomorrow morning. I wanted to show you this picture, snow in Lexington. This was actually at around 1:20 that this was taken. Not very long after the snow started. It stuck very, very quickly. We were able to see the grounds get covered very quickly. This was by Jerry Tysinger, who works for the fire department there in Lexington. Just lots of snow already covering the grounds. You can even see in the backdrop some of those bigger flakes making their way down. They're going to stick and they're going to cause some issues very quickly for people wanting to drive into the next few hours, and especially by tonight and overnight. Local temperatures right now across the area already back in the mid to upper 20s due to more and more snow moving in. We're looking at 26 in Greensboro and in Asheboro, 28 in High Point. Let's zoom in right now on Guilford County, where we just saw that snow starting within the last 30 minutes or so. 29 in Pleasant Garden, 26 at the airport, 34 in Elon, but I'm sure that will cool off as the snow approaches. 26 right now in Winston-Salem, pushing to the north just a little bit in some of our northern counties. We're still in the upper 20s and lower 30s across the area. Feels like temperature is actually in the teens right now as that snow continues to come down in Greensboro. Right at 19 degrees is what feels like temps are going to be, and I'll bet they're going to stay below freezing throughout the day today, as well as temperatures hover in the upper 20s and lower 30s at best throughout this afternoon. A look at our winter weather alerts across the region. Every county that you see right here in pink is a winter storm warning. What that means is that winter precip is expected heading overnight and throughout the AM hours all the way till around 7 a.m. I'm expecting for the majority of us between 2 to 4 inches of snow. There's going to be some locally higher amounts within that, of course, and I'm also expecting a little bit of higher amounts for mountains and foothills between the range of around 3 to 5 inches. Plus, toward the south, I'm also expecting a little bit lighter accumulations with a little bit more sleet mixing in. The difference is with sleet, it's a little bit more dense. It's not the light, fluffy snowflakes that can cause accumulation very quickly. So the accumulations overall should be less to our south with that sleet mixing in, especially overnight into tonight. A kind of a zoom out look at winter weather alerts currently across the southeast. You can see everything right here in pink is a winter weather storm a winter storm warning, by the way. And what that means is all of this area is experiencing snow, sleet, and ice from this system currently, and will continue to do so over the next several hours. Greensboro right now, we're in the middle and upper 20s, and the snow has started. Visibility is now at a very low number currently. Winds are also pretty calm across the area, but it feels like we are in the teens with the snow coming down. We've been seeing snow for the last several hours in portions of the mountains. Here's Blowing Rock in the lower 20s. Lots and lots of snow continuing to build up across the road. As I've been telling you, around 3 to 5 inches are expected on top of the snow that was already accumulated on the side of the roads and the sidewalks. So just be careful while you're out and about, or even if you're in the mountains as well. A lot of slick spots on these roads, and they can develop very quickly, even with just snow heading our way in the next couple of hours. Futurecast, this low pressure system is going to move to our south by around 8 o'clock for tonight, with some lingering snow showers and some sleet mixing in possibly by the overnight hours into early tomorrow. I'm expecting the majority of this system to be out of our hair with that moisture by around sunrise tomorrow morning. That being said, still expecting some clouds to linger on the back end, but we're going to be seeing most of those clouds move offshore with this system later on into the morning, with much more sunshine on the way into tomorrow afternoon and evening, and especially for the day on Sunday as we see high pressure kind of build into our south. Much more sunshine, plus highs are going to be a little bit warmer in the mid to upper 30s. Okay, so our weather impact alert is from now all the way until 9 a.m. on Saturday due to the slick roads, the snow, and also the sleet mix. For now, in the next couple of hours, I'm expecting mainly just a lot of snow for the area. However, overnight, I'm expecting that sleet line to move just a little bit more north, so that means more sleet is going to be possible for our area, which, you know, could cause some problems with traveling hazardous roads, and not just even on the roads, but even just on the sidewalks where you could get a little bit of freezing rain. Doesn't take much for you to be able to slip or even hydroplane if you are driving. Futurecast the next couple of hours, majority of this area to our north, from Greensboro to our north as well as our west, is going to be mainly snow across the area, which is why they'll see the most accumulations, anywhere between 2 to 5 inches to our north as well as over here in the mountains. But you see this line here that we're watching, this freezing line, could start to mix in later tonight, which will be bringing in some sleet and possibly even some freezing rain to portions of the area, mainly to our south, but still bears watching because, you know, that can cause a lot of hazards with driving. Freezing rain, it freezes as it makes contact with the surface, and then it just causes a lot of slick spots on the roads, which can cause a lot of accidents too. Most of this moisture is going to be moved out of the area early on in the morning by around 4 or 5 o'clock. As it continues to push offshore, we'll be clearing out with a little bit more sunshine by the time or into the later morning hours, and especially by the afternoon and Sunday. Again, expected snow and sleet across the area. This was issued at 11 o'clock this morning. Still fits for today right now. 2 to 4 inches for the majority of us here in the Triad. More as you head toward the north as well as to the west in some of those higher elevations. 3 to 5 inches I would expect for them. Now toward our south, with a little bit more sleet mixing in as well as the opportunity for freezing rain, I'd expect totals overall to be just a little bit lower, anywhere between the 1 to 2 inch range. And the more south you go, the more you're going to encounter that warmer air, which means not as much snow at all, anywhere between a trace up to around 1 inch for portions of Montgomery and south of that county. And the reason being, you know, not only is it going to be warmer, but the freezing rain risk is also a little bit higher with the melting line also pushing north just a little bit more. So for portions of southern Davidson, or all of Davidson, southern Randolph, all Randolph and southern Guilford County, I'm expecting a glaze up to around 1/10 of an inch. But as you go south, we're seeing that line kind of continue to bring the opportunity for freezing rain. It's also nudging upward just a little bit. So for Montgomery County, we could see totals between 1/10 of an inch up to around 1/4 of an inch of freezing rain, which could be very hazardous for when you are out and driving. Storm timing heading into this afternoon. Again, the snow has built in and it's going to stick very quickly on our grounds. It's going to continue to accumulate these next several hours, overnight and into early on tomorrow. Into tonight, we could see a little bit more of a sleet mix in, especially toward our counties toward the south, as well as freezing rain. Saturday morning, most of that is going to be moving out. It's going to be ending by around sunrise, but roads are still going to be slick throughout the period, continuing through the morning and even into the afternoon. This is the time to make sure you stay in place, maybe get to where you're wanting to go, whether it's just home, you know, making sure you have everything for the next 24 hours, just so you don't need to travel. Don't make yourself get stuck by any means if you don't have to. Storm timeline again, sleet and snow going to be likely these next several hours and overnight into early tomorrow morning. Freezing rain on the lower end of possibilities, but higher end for those in our southernmost counties. Again, from around later this evening through early tomorrow by around 9 or 10 o'clock start time for that transition. Again, dangerous roads, I would say, throughout the majority of the period that we have marked for our weather impact alert until around 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Try to avoid travel if you can. Given the amount of slick spots that are developing and even will continue to develop as the snow comes down and the sleet and freezing rain mixes in, it's not worth being out and about. A look at power outages, also a possibility with the freezing rain that freezes as it makes contact with the surface. Plus the sleet and a little bit of heavy snow doesn't take much. Could also down a power line or two, as well as a tree across the area. Again, it's a low risk, but we still have it on here for the possibility, especially overnight as the snow continues to develop. We look at several models while we're looking at snow potential, and this one particularly keeps a very similar forecast to what we currently have. Again, to our south, the more south you go, we're expecting lighter amounts of snow accumulation, and that includes Montgomery County up to around an inch or so. As you travel north here in the Triad, Forsyth, Guilford County, northern Davidson, I'm expecting between around 2 to 4 inches across our region, so you'll have to keep our eyes on that. And of course, keep sending in your photos and videos too. We'd love to see that, and I'm expecting even more snow these next couple of hours. It's been beautiful just to see it outside of the window here at WFMY News 2. 7-day forecast behind this system. We're right back in the mid to upper 30s, much more sunshine. Starting to warm up a little bit by Monday, back in the mid 40s, but cooler air is on the way. Tuesday, we're right back at around 40 degrees. Overnight, teens going to be likely by Thursday. Middle and lower 30s for highs on Wednesday. Still going to be pretty cold, but starting to warm up later on into next week.